Good afternoon, everyone. I hereby call to order the regular board meeting of Orange Unified School District for July 18th, 2024 at 5 o'clock p.m. Trustee Erickson, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments for closed session items?
There are not.
Okay, then we adjourn to closed session at 5:01 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hereby call to order the regular session of the Orange Unified School District Board meeting for July 18th at 7:08. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, report of closed session decisions. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, and please forgive me for this taking a little bit more time. We have two absences tonight, so that requires me to read out the names on the votes. So first, on item 2B, the Board of Education is pleased to announce the following appointments. First, Ann Truex to the position of Interim Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. And the vote was yes, Erickson, Glass, Page, Pally, Yamasaki. No was 0, absent, Rumsey, Ortega. And next, I would like to announce that the Board of Education made the following appointment: Rebecca Nelson to the position of Principal, Elementary School. Congratulations to her. And the vote was yes, Erickson, Glass, Page, Pally, Yamasaki. No, 0, absent, Rumsey, Ortega. And then next on item 2D, as to the board agenda, item 2D, the board voted to accept a settlement agreement signed by cross-defendant Peterson Grading as a partial settlement of the case Orange USD versus MTGL Inc. et al., Orange County Superior Court case number 30-2000-0115288-CU-BC-CJC, and related cases and cross complaints, and delegated authority to the Assistant Superintendent Business Services, CBO, to sign the settlement agreement on behalf of the district. The vote was yes, Erickson, Glass, Page, Pally, Yamasaki. No was 0, absent, Ortega, Rumsey. And that concludes closed session decisions.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to our newly appointed. (3D) Adoption of the agenda. May I please have a motion to adopt this agenda?
I'll move it.
Oh. Thank you, Trustee Pelley. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Yamasaki. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 502. Item 4A, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you. We have some announcements and a video, I believe. First, let me start by saying that Orange High School's new 26,000 square foot student services and administrative building, which includes 6 new 1,200 square foot classrooms, is nearly complete. The new building proudly features the return of the Townsend Room, a conference room and mini museum displaying the historically significant items preserved since the early 1900s. These items celebrate Orange High's rich history and enduring legacy in our community. Campus improvements include a new alumni corner at Walnut and Schaefer Streets, an expanded main quad, updated lighting, new landscaping, and added walkways for better accessibility. The alumni corner will have a brick veneer, seat walls, and other enhancements to warmly welcome everyone to the main entrance plaza. We look forward to welcoming students and the community to experience Orange High's new look this fall. At this time, we would like to share a short video highlighting the progress of the project.
Typical construction, you don't interact with the end user as much, you don't feel the impact to the community as much. Here at Orange, you get a real sense of how important this is to them and to the community itself. Sometimes you leave the job and that's it, but this one, you know it's going to be here for a long time. You know people are going to be appreciative of all of our hard work and effort to give them something that they've been really looking forward to for a long time.
This building is amazing. It is such a change and transformation compared to the first time I walked on this campus in June of 2018. And I'm so glad that the kids that are well-deserving kids that are here, that they get to live in this type of building. It's going to be a great indication of our future.
We are so excited to get a new building that's going to provide up-to-date technology and access for our students to just make an impact on this world.
As a superintendent and former Panther principal, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Board of Education, the CARE Committee, and OUSD community. Your support and contributions have made this and our other Measure S facility improvements a reality, and for that, we are truly thankful. So thank you very much. Next, I just wanted to announce to the audience here, we are pleased to welcome Sulema Holguin, our new Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Sulema comes to OUSD from Bellflower Unified with a career spanning over 27 years in public education, serving in multiple roles, including instructional assistant, teacher, site administrator, district administrator, and chief business official. Her proficiency in financial oversight and management extends across various departments within business services, including nutrition services, facilities, maintenance and operations, payroll, and risk management. Her broad educational experience makes her a great addition to our team. Some fun facts about Sulema. She is a dedicated Raiders fan and will definitely not be rooting for the Steelers this season. Sorry, Dave. She's an avid runner and even completed a marathon in Ireland. She is also an avid swimmer. She enjoys spending her free time with her family, which includes her husband, daughter, and son. We look forward to Sulema's contributions as we continue our commitment to providing exceptional services to our student, staff, and community. That concludes my superintendent's report. Welcome.
Thank you. And welcome, Sulema. We're excited that you're here with us. And just a little gift from the board and myself to welcome you here.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. Excited to be OUSD team. Thank you.
Up next for B, President's Report. Many may think that there's not a lot happening over the summer, but actually it's an opportunity for our facilities and maintenance teams to really get into a lot of our classrooms, all of our facilities, different campuses, and to really revitalize a lot of our learning spaces and get ready for our students to come back for the next school year. Some of the things that have been happening, if you've noticed in your own homeschool as you drive around town taking your children to summer camps and different things. There's new fencing being put up. Fire alarms are getting recertified. A part of our safety plan, we've also added room numbers in order to be able to identify some of our classrooms at different campuses. In addition, we've also had new roofs at 5 different schools. We've had blacktop resurfacing at 2 different schools, and there's a new playground at the Child Development Center. And HVAC replacements, there's been painting and flooring and so many different things. I'm sure there's more shade structures also being included in a lot of our elementary schools. So a lot of the different things that we've been approving in our closed session items have now come to fruition over the summer, and we're excited for our kids to have that first glimpse on the first day of school. In addition to that, I had the opportunity to visit a couple of our summer programs that I mentioned a couple board meetings ago that we were offering. There's an extended school year, and we have great teams working with our students that have IEPs, and they've been really working to maintain the skills that our students have learned throughout the entire year so that they're ready on that first day of school. Many students have shared how excited they are to come to school every single day and work with their teams, and also to socialize with each other to maintain those IUP goals. In addition to that, I visited with Mr. Gonzalez Learning Links, and if you don't know what Learning Links are, it's a program for a caregiver and a child that's 0 to 5. So anyone in the community can join, and there's multiple developmental activities that are hosted at different stations, and essentially you see grandparents, caregivers, parents just coming in with their infants and toddlers, and they get to experience a lot of different things. So it's really nice to see that. And it's going to continue on through August 1st at 2 different sites, at Palmyra and at Handy. And then we'll have additional sites, morning and afternoon sessions, I believe, being hosted throughout the school year. So definitely look out for that. And then in the last 4 weeks, we've also had a Mandarin summer camp hosted at Saravilla Middle School, and our Mandarin immersion students, I believe there were 100 students that attended, including my 2 at home, attended Mandarin language instruction, and it was for the first 3 hours of the morning, and then the last 3 hours of the afternoon were specific to cultural experiences like Chinese yo-yo, fan dance. There were so many different performances that were happening, but at least I noticed in my own 2 children coming home and speaking Mandarin, especially to each other. So now that's a new challenge that I get to face at home. It's a great opportunity. It's not a challenge that our kids get to learn new languages, but it's just some highlights that have been happening over the summer, and I'm really looking forward to the new school year. And now we move on to board recognition of students, staff, and community. Are there any board members who would like to share? No? Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. Hope everyone is having an enjoyable summer and a great Independence Day. I joined the Kenyan Education Foundation at their fireworks booth one day, and I'd like to thank all the amazing volunteers who came out and worked those booths because it was hot, but they're raising money for their respective boosters, and that's really impressive. Not only at Kenyon, but Villa Park High School as well. So I'd like to thank all of our volunteers once again. And speaking of volunteers, and I know many of you may not want to hear this, but we're gearing up for school. So I know the PTAs are working hard, so I'd like to encourage everyone to join their PTAs, and the new boards are all gathering, getting together, and planning for the school year. So I'd like to acknowledge them for all their work, because without them, our district would not be what it is today. And lastly, Trustee Page mentioned it, and I also attended the OUSD Mandarin Immersion Summer Camp program, and she spoke on most everything, except I want to say that their Mandarin proficiency continues to amaze me. I'm Chinese, and I don't speak Chinese, so it's kind of embarrassing. But they just blow me away, because at least I can kind of hear some of the intonations, and they got it. So it was a treat to see them perform. And one of the other treats was they had expert teachers coming from Taiwan, and they were teaching the kids dancing and the yo-yoing, and they did a demonstration themselves, so it was really impressive. And another thing they did is they brought in a renowned Chinese calligrapher, and he did a live demonstration for the students and created these beautiful signs with the Chinese characters, and so that was really neat to see. So I want to thank not only the Global Culture Education Foundation who sponsored it, but the volunteers, the teachers, and the student volunteers at CV who helped to make this program great for, created this opportunity for our students. So it was wonderful.
Thank you for sharing. Trustee Pelley?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a quick comment or two. It's just exciting to see during summer, as you mentioned, that there's so much going on. You think summer, people take a break, and I think that's probably one of the most important and busiest times in the district office. We would always say, see ya in the fall in the district office. People would look at us like, really? You think we're going anywhere? And all the construction and the maintenance and things, projects that are going on. But I have not been able to be here to visit, but I love social media because I've been watching all of these great summer programs that are going on at the schools. And not just the fact that they're addressing learning loss, which does happen in the summer, but for the kids who are really the most susceptible to it, it's really preventing learning loss. We see it happen when they come back in the fall, that we don't have to do all that catch up. Teachers can just kind of jump right in with a lot of these kids, but also they're making it fun and these cultural activities, you know, the Mandarin immersion program, all those great cultural activities. And I saw, I don't know if it was Cambridge, but a couple of those schools were doing cooking classes, and I'm just watching this thinking, this is so fun. I would have never wanted to go to summer school back when we had it because it was not fun. We didn't do cooking, we didn't do any of that stuff. So I just really want to give a shout out to all of the people that are putting those programs together because it is a lot of work, and they're working during their summer, but it's really helping our kids and helping learning loss. So thank you to all of the people who are involved with that.
Thank you, Trustee Pelley. Trustee Glass?
Good evening. And similar to Ms. Pelley, Trustee Pelley, I was out of town right after the 3rd of July celebration. So again, got to go to my first 3rd of July celebration here at Grahava Park, which is very nice, very welcoming. And right after that, on a plane to Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas. We drove to Kansas City, Kansas for a futsal tournament. And if you know what futsal is, I'll give you a quarter. But it's similar to soccer. My daughter was in a tournament out there, which is really exciting for her. And it made me think more about some of our sports and our activities that are going on in our district that students need to be involved in, but also not necessarily to become a pro, but just to have some interaction with their colleagues. So I just want to thank everyone who's gone on the different excursions, not just to different sites, but also through social media and seeing what's going on in our districts. It's, a lot of things are happening that are very positive. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Glass. Trustee Erickson?
Yes, just quickly, I wanted to thank the Communications Department for your lovely Measure S presentation. And I just want to remind and thank everybody again for all of their hard work to get Measure S passed. It was an enormous pull for so many volunteers that have maintained their volunteer status throughout the years. But it's incredible to think how that started and how then Superintendent Mike Christensen called 4 parents together, Trustee Yamasaki, myself, Mr. Greenwald, Mr. Jacoby, and we literally sat around my kitchen table, and that was how that Measure K movement started, and then it just built, and but volunteers everywhere worked so hard for 3 years to get that passed. So this is such a long time coming, and to see these buildings at Orange High being completed, it warms my heart, and I'm so grateful to the volunteers, the taxpayers that are paying the bond, and the people that are building and the people that are maintaining, because this is such an incredibly important thing for our students. They deserve to have the safest, cleanest, state-of-the-art facilities, and that's what we want to provide to our students on every campus, and that's what we're going to strive to do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Erickson. And our student board member, Alex.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I didn't draft up exactly something for the board recognition of staff, students, and community, albeit it'll be very short. So there is a lot of construction over at Villa Park High School. It does seem like a shipyard since there's so much construction, right? We're painting the facade of our school white, contrary to the gray that we had previously. We're also doing major redevelopments with the gym that we have, as well as our 4 other school sites, high school specifically, and also we're making major advancements with the Measure S Phase 2 building that we have for our English and math departments. And so I go on walks right near the town center. I'm like, wow, the Measure S Phase 2 building is just, it looks so different when we first started. And in continuation with that, we are also doing a lot of stuff in specifics with our student organizations and our ASB in gearing up for registration this upcoming month in August. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 6, public comment. Trustee Erickson.
We have public comment on item 7A. We have 3. And then we have 8A and then some non-agenda items.
For 7.
Okay.
How many are there for non-agenda?
There's 3 for 7A.
Can we just do them now?
Can you go on the mic? Go on the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we, if it's okay with the board, can we just do the non-agenda since there's only 3? Otherwise, they have to sit through.
Oh, I'm sorry. For non-agenda, 7A has 3, 8A has 1, and then we have 4 for non-agenda. But
Okay, the 4 non-agenda.
Doesn't-
Non-agenda. Can we just do them now?
I'm fine with it.
I'm okay with it.
Are you okay? Okay.
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 Please call non-agenda.
So do you want to do non-agenda first because 7A is the next item? Okay, so non-agenda is first. Okay. So the first non-agenda item speaker is Tanya Esperi. Okay, she'll be on deck, so we'll call her when she comes back in. Jolene.
Hello, trustees. I would like to take you a moment and just tell you a little story real quick. This story is about a 5-year-old kid who did cheer with the local cheer group in the winter. They had a great time. They wore the same uniform as the other cheerleaders. It was exciting and fun. They signed up to do summer cheer, and they got there, and they were informed that unless they wore their assigned gender at birth specific clothing as a 5-year-old, they would not be allowed to participate in cheer. They were not allowed to wear the same cheer skirt that everyone else was wearing. They had to wear shorts or else they were not allowed to participate. And what makes this even worse is the 5-year-old was told before the parent could even get there. So they were sitting there crying as the parent walked up. Now, what makes this important to you guys is this is the I-9 franchise 305, which uses the Fletcher School facility. And not only that, they have signs and posters outside of a lot of our schools advertising their group, telling kids they're a great inclusive organization. They have co-ed sports for boys and girls. Come and join it. It's just they're not saying that we only have sports for cis-presenting boys and girls. And that's not what the district should be standing for. And I don't know how the rules for rentals work. I'm looking into that. But I do know that we shouldn't be advertising that type of discriminatory group at all of our school sites. I do know they're a franchise, so I'm not saying that this is reflective of all of I-9 sports, just specifically the ones that operate in Yorba Linda, Orange, and the Red Hill School. Specifically, this happened at Fletcher, but this was from the top down, affecting all of those. So I would appreciate it if you could look into and maybe make sure we're not promoting a discriminatory organization. Thank you.
Okay, she's still on deck then. Carlos Sanchez.
Hi, school board members. My name is Carlos. Damn, I haven't attended a school board meeting in a minute, but I was really upset with what happened with Madison Minor and Rick Ledesma. You know, I don't like what's going on with a lot of things in the school systems, and I hated to see what was going on. And me, as being another Hispanic man that grew up here in Orange Unified School District, I went to VP. I'm just really mind blown by you guys. So that's all I have to say.
Tanya, are you here? 1 second. Okay, we'll go with Darshan Smallotton.
I'll wave it off.
You'll wave it off?
I've been here for a minute.
Okay. Well, Tanya, it's your turn. Okay.
Sorry, my phone wasn't letting me get into this. Alrighty, let's see. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Gonzalez, Cabinet, and members of the community. My name is Tanya Sperry. I'm the president of CSEA Orange Chapter 67. We are the union that represents approximately 1,300 classified staff at Orange Unified School District. Sorry. Today, I'm here tonight to advocate for the inclusion of reclassification process in our collective bargaining agreement. Why are we negotiating reclassification language? Classified staff communicated that the reclassification process at OUSD has been unclear for years. The benefit of adding this contract language is as follows: transparency, understanding the reclassification process. Sorry, I ran to my truck. Grievance protections if the process is not followed. CSEA's stance is that the law defines reclassification as a mandatory subject of bargaining. This means negotiation reclassification is a right of the union and its members whether the language is included in the contract or not. Defining the process creates a clear understanding for both members and the district alike. The district's proposals attempt to reduce some of membership's other rights as a trade-off to adding a clearly defined reclassification process to the contract. Our stance is that membership should not be penalized for expecting a transparent process and appropriate pay for service performed. OUSD has committed to 4 values: equity, integrity, respect, and excellence. Yet the contract includes many waivers of our most fundamental rights. Moving forward, waivers of our rights will not be considered. Any of the district's attempts to waive our rights are considered incredibly disrespectful when we too contribute to the success of the district and its students. We are truly valued. We ask that the governing board ensure that the district demonstrates at the table. I respectfully thank you for all your considerations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all for being here tonight. 7A, public hearing charter school renewal petition by El Rancho Charter School. Mr. Gonzalez, do we take those now, or do we take them a part of the
We
public
may want to
hearing?
ask those who submitted blue cards what they intended to do, because typically we open up the public hearing and then we don't require blue cards. But if that's their intent, then we'll just make sure that they get called up first. But perhaps those people that turned in the blue cards for the El Rancho Renewal public hearing could let us know if that's okay to just include you as part of the public hearing, or if you'd like to be heard separately before we begin the discussion on the item.
I can wait.
Wait. Okay, so we'll just take care of it during the public hearing portion then.
Okay, thank you. So I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing on the El Rancho Charter Renewal Request at 7:38 p.m. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Good evening, President Page, trustees, staff, and community. We are here this evening for the public hearing on the request for a renewal of charter for El Rancho Charter School. Charter school renewals were on hiatus for 3 years due to lack of statewide academic data because of COVID. For that reason, El Rancho's current charter term runs through June 30th, 2025. In the 2024-25 school year, we are restarting the charter renewal process. The process consists of the school submitting a charter renewal petition, the Board of Education holding a required public hearing on the renewal petition, district staff analyzing the renewal request against the standards for renewal set forth in the Charter School Act. Staff will publish its recommendations, including recommended findings, at least 15 days before the meeting at which the district board will act on the request. There were significant changes to the Charter School Act, including relative to charter renewal, which became effective in 2020. For the purposes of renewal, charter schools are now divided into 4 categories based on their performance on local and statewide indicators. During the 2 consecutive years immediately preceding the renewal decision, high, middle, low, and dashboard alternative status schools, called DASS. The pertinent renewal standards and most available length of the renewal term are dependent on the categorization. Most charter schools will be in the middle performing and eligible for 5-year renewals. High-performing charters may be renewed for terms of 5 to 7 years. Low-performing schools for which the charter authorizer makes an exception and renews the charter may only be renewed for 2 years. The California Department of Education has certified El Rancho as a high-performing charter school for the purposes of this renewal, so the district board may renew its charter for 5, 6, or 7 years. El Rancho submitted its renewal petition on June 17, 2024, and is requesting that the board renew its charter for an additional 7-year term. The Charter Schools Act provides that within 60 days of submission of the renewal petition, the District Board of Education is to hold a public hearing on the provisions of the charter, at which time the board shall consider the level of support for the renewal petition by district teachers and other district employees and parents and guardians. The board's decision on the renewal of the charter should occur within 90 days of receipt unless that time is extended by an additional 30 days by mutual agreement between the district and El Rancho. The board's decisions on El Rancho's renewal request is anticipated to be included on the board's September 12, 2024 meeting agenda. Staff, working with legal counsel as appropriate, will review and analyze El Rancho's request for charter renewal in compliance with the requirements of the Charter Schools Act. The analysis will be completed in the upcoming weeks, and staff's recommendation and recommended findings will be published at least 15 days prior to the board's action on this item, which is anticipated to be by August 28th for the September 12th meeting.
Thank you. Does El Rancho wish to make a presentation regarding the charter request? Yes, we do. Okay, please come up.
Good evening, members of the Orange Unified School District Board, esteemed colleagues, parents, and community members. My name is Michelle Walker, and I am the Executive Director at El Rancho Charter School. I am honored to stand before you today to highlight the remarkable achievements of our school and to explain why we should earn a 7-year renewal. Our journey has been marked by 22 years of academic excellence, financial stability, the fostering of a supportive and inclusive environment, and a commitment to continuous improvement. First, I would like to highlight our academic successes. Our students have consistently demonstrated outstanding performance across various metrics. Our standardized test scores have seen significant improvements with a notable increase in proficiency levels in both math and English language arts. A variety of interventions in student learning is crucial to address diverse educational needs and ensure that all students have the opportunity to succeed. Different students require tailored approaches to overall individual challenges and maximize their academic potential. This is a testament to the dedication of our teachers who have implemented innovative teaching strategies and personalized learning plans to meet the diverse needs of our students. In addition to our academic milestones, El Rancho has been recognized for its many achievements, including a California Distinguished School in 2005, 2013, and most recently in 2024. This prestigious honor is awarded to schools that demonstrate exceptional student performance and progress in narrowing the achievement gap. Our designation as a California Distinguished School is a direct result of our collaborative efforts to create a learning environment that encourages every student to reach their full potential. In addition, El Rancho has been named a California and National Schools to Watch in 2023 by the California League of Educators. El Rancho is ranked in the top 10% of all middle schools in California. A highlight was being named the #1 middle school in Orange County by the Orange County Register. El Rancho provides the opportunity to offer over 30 different electives and fosters a love of learning by allowing students to explore their interests and discover new passions. Engaging students in diverse subjects helps them to develop a well-rounded education and keeps them motivated and excited about their school experience. El Rancho Charter School maintains strong financial stability, crucial for its continued success and operational efficiency. Our ability to effectively manage resources ensures that we can provide a high-quality education, support various programs, and maintain its facilities. Financial stability also enables the school to attract and retain qualified staff, invest in innovative teaching methods, and meet the diverse needs of its student population. Given these accomplishments, it is clear why we seek to obtain a 7-year renewal. This renewal is not just an acknowledgement of our past achievements, but also a vote of confidence in our ongoing efforts to provide a high-quality education for all of our students. In conclusion, our school has demonstrated that we are not just meeting, but exceeding educational standards. Our hardworking and dedicated staff of teachers, administrators, and support personnel go above and beyond every day to ensure that our students receive the best possible education. Our academic success and the collaborative spirit of our staff and community are all reasons why we should earn this 7-year renewal. I am confident that with your continued support, we will continue to excel and provide our students with the best possible education. Thank you, and at this time, I would like to introduce our Assistant Principal, Kenya Ozuna, who will present on our academic achievements.
Good evening, esteemed board members, parents, and community members. My name is Kenya Ozuna, and I am one of the assistant principals at El Rancho Charter School. Today, I am here to advocate for the 7-year renewal of our school. A key measure of our school's success is our standardized test scores, which are consistently among the best in the region. El Rancho's student test scores in English, math, and science are a testament to the school's commitment to academic excellence. El Rancho has consistently outperformed middle schools within our surrounding area. This past school year, El Rancho's math and science scores are on average 15% higher, and our English scores are approximately 20% higher than districts in our surrounding area. Our English data reflects the rigorous curriculum and dedicated teaching staff that El Rancho prides itself on. When looking at math data, El Rancho students demonstrate remarkable proficiency. The hands-on problem-solving approach adopted by our math teachers encourages students to think critically and apply their knowledge in practical situations, resulting in high test scores. Lastly, El Rancho science scores are equally impressive, demonstrating our students' comprehensive understanding and enthusiasm for the subject. Our inquiry-based learning model and state-of-the-art science labs engage students in hands-on experiments and critical thinking exercises, fostering a deep appreciation and understanding of scientific concepts. When we compare our scores to middle schools around us, the distinction becomes even clearer. Although neighboring districts offer solid academic programs, El Rancho's scores surpass theirs, highlighting the effectiveness of our teaching strategies and the exceptional caliber of our dedicated students and staff. These comparisons clearly demonstrate that El Rancho not only excels, but leads in academic performance across subjects. Our outstanding test scores are a testament to our dedicated staff, rigorous academic programs, and the hardworking students who strive for excellence every day. The renewal of our charter for another 7 years is crucial for continuing to provide exceptional educational opportunities for our students. Your support will ensure that we can maintain and even surpass our current standards, helping to shape the future leaders of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please allow me to introduce Fran Leffler, who will discuss El Rancho's financial stability.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Gonzalez, members of the cabinet, and members of the audience. My name is Frances Leffler, and I am the CBO for El Rancho Charter School. I am honored to speak with you today about the vital importance of renewing our extraordinary charter school for a 7-year term. This renewal is crucial for continuing our trajectory of success. Our school's financial stability and responsibility has been a cornerstone of that success. We have managed our resources prudently, ensuring that every dollar spent effectively to enhance the educational experience of our students. This financial stewardship has allowed us to enjoy a balanced budget while investing in significant areas such as a stellar teaching and support staff, student programs, and campus improvements. Since you have our detailed financial reports in your packets, I wanted to address our philosophy and results of having a healthy, sound fiscal standing. Enrollment equals revenue and is the primary indicator of our success. In a declining enrollment climate, we are increasing by 30 students this year. Our substantial waitlist for open enrollment and interdistrict transfers is a testament to the high-quality education that we provide. The waitlist underscores the need for our continued operation to serve students who are eager to join our thriving educational community. Our current enrollment also has over 50 students who come to us from private elementary or are new to the area. Having a robust interdistrict transfer enrollment not only benefits El Rancho, but has benefited OUSD as well. Historically, some students from other districts who choose to come to our school then choose to attend a high school in Orange Unified. Our 3-year projections are consistently accurate. This ensures that we always meet the goals of our LCAP while being prepared for unknown obstacles. In future years, we budget extremely conservatively. Charter schools are funded on current year ADA. Attendance is so important, and we ended this year just under 96%. Cash flow is another marker in a fiscally sound operation, and we are estimated to maintain our current levels. We have prioritized campus-wide improvements to ensure that our facilities are safe, productive, and welcoming. The safety and well-being of our students and staff are always a primary concern. Recent upgrades include upgrading to 80 security cameras, adding vape sensors in all the student restrooms, a lockdown system, 5 AEDs campus-wide, radios for all instructional aides and safety teams, and a guest ID verification, to name a few. Technology is an area that we cannot skimp on. We have one-to-one student Chromebooks in all core, foreign language, and special education classrooms. Our tech lab was recently equipped with 42 iMacs. We outfitted most classrooms with 75-inch TVs to replace projectors, and we are undergoing a total wireless upgrade. We vigorously maintain, and when resources are available, make significant upgrades to the El Rancho site to help foster innovation and collaboration among our students and staff. Every year, we receive a good or exemplary fit report and a rating that exceeds 95%. We recently remodeled 2/3 of our student restrooms, updated our library, opened the Coyote Den, which is a welcoming space for all students, resurfaced old brick with non-slip epoxy in our atrium, replaced evaporative coolers, refit updated HVAC controllers, and replaced some carpeting with high-traffic carpet tiles. These improvements not only enhance the daily experience of our students, but also ensure that our campus remains a vibrant and inspiring place for education. In 2017, we completed construction of our gymnasium, science center, and dance studio. These additions were designed to provide our student population with the facilities they needed to excel. The gym also provides a space for students to continue to be active without interruption during inclement weather. We also enhanced the weight room to support our athletic programs. From our modern science labs to our CIF regulation gym that generates over $120,000 in revenue, we are proud to offer the facility to the OUSD schools as well at half the cost. Dance Studio supports a growing number of interested students, and we redesigned our weight room for a new strength and conditioning classes. The gym is in great demand and is admired throughout the county. We are in our 7th year of our on-time repayment of the COP, which was used to pay off the construction loan. We maintain a full year's payment plus an additional fall P&I in the ending fund in order to ensure our fiduciary responsibility. Our 7-year term renewal is essential for sustaining and building upon the impressive standards we have set in achieving a bright and promising future. We make relevant choices that spur enrollment. As proven for 22 years, we are well-equipped professionals using our expertise in providing high-quality academics for all students and demonstrating the ability to make prudent decisions while operating with fidelity. As you consider the level of support for our renewal, the consistency of interest in our school demonstrates the high level of support you are looking for. With your support, we can ensure that our school remains a beacon of excellence in the Orange Unified School District. Together, we can achieve great things for our students and our community. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd like to reintroduce Mrs. Walker.
Key takeaways from El Rancho Charter School include our designation as a high-track charter school, our rank in the top 10% of California middle schools, our high proficiency rates in math, English, and science, as well as over 30 elective choices that engage our students. The school is recognized for its dedicated and hardworking staff, strong community support, indicated by a long wait list, and financial stability that allows for effective resource management. These factors contribute to a positive educational environment and support the school's reputation has for excellence. Your unwavering support and commitment to El Rancho Charter School will enable us to continue our exceptional educational program for our students. Thank you to the families, staff, and community members for attending this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We will now take public comment on this item. Speakers shall direct their comments to the board and are urged to avoid repeating points made by previous speakers.
We have 3 blue cards that were submitted, and then obviously anybody can speak after that as well. First speaker is Karen Barone, and on deck after her is Frank Dunn.
Good evening. My name is Karen Brown. I'm a teacher and parent of a recent OUSD grad and an incoming 9th grade student at Orange, and I'm here to speak about the El Rancho Charter Renewal. As a parent, not as a teacher, and not as an OUA member. My daughter Ava attended El Rancho for 7th and 8th grade. She had wonderful teachers, including Patrick Heron, Matthew Trait, Allison Reeds, Jill Romero, Allison Jordan, Francie Reiser, and Leah LaRue. During Ava's 8th grade year, she had 2 open heart surgeries, causing her to miss a lot of school. Her teachers were incredibly supportive, sending care packages and checking in regularly, and I'm deeply grateful for the teaching staff at El Rancho. However, I have some concerns regarding this charter renewal, particularly with Michelle Walker and Fran Leffler. Despite claims of financial stability, the PTA asked the community for money to remodel the bathrooms they just told you about and have cut electives like home economics, and Michelle and Fran continue to give themselves exorbitant raises. The charter states the executive director should be an exemplary communicator with strong organizational skills. Michelle Walker does not meet the standard. When I reached out to her with concerns, responses came from other admin, not her. Other parents have shared similar experiences with me, and this avoidance of conflict and lack of direct communication is troubling. Furthermore, the charter states that teacher applicants will be screened and interviewed, but often family members or friends of Fran Leffler are hired without public posting. My daughter actually had her daughter as a long-term sub who was unqualified, consistently losing student work and making excuses. Bullying and student mental health are also significant issues. My daughter was continually harassed, and when she stood up for her, she was reprimanded by Michelle Walker instead of the bullies. When I asked if the school offered any lessons on bullying or restorative circles to address this with students, I was told, no, we don't have those problems here at El Rancho. I've sent more detailed list to Board President Page on my concerns. These are just a few of the issues that I highlight. The poor leadership of Michelle and Fran. They treat the school as their own, not the community's. Despite claims that teachers and parents are involved in decision making, they're often excluded. Teachers and parents have shared stories with me of their difficulties working with both of them. I urge the board to delay the approval to next month to allow more community input and spend the next month discussing with staff to understand the real situation at the school. If the charter is approved tonight, it should come with some amendments. Remove Michelle and Fran and hire new leadership. Elect a new school board with the principal, without the principal running the meetings, without being a voting member or running elections for the school board. Have a district office personnel oversee those board elections for transparency, and assign one district liaison who will attend board meetings for a minimum of 3 years for continuity and effective oversight instead of someone new every year. And reinstate the additions or deletions of specific items that can be made to the El Rancho charter by a 75% vote of the El Rancho staff rather than the current 51% vote. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Frank Dunn, followed by Jessica Allen.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here for 2 reasons. One is a parent was unable to attend. They're overseas on vacation, and so they asked me to read this statement to you about the charter, so I'll do that first. This is a statement from Doris Liu. It says, "Dear OUSD Board, I'm writing in support of El Rancho's charter school. I hope you will vote in favor of renewing their charter. I have had 3 children who received their middle school education at El Rancho. My eldest son, Jason, is now at college at UCLA. My middle child, Maylene, will be attending UC Berkeley in late August. My youngest, Kayla, just promoted from the 8th grade at El Rancho Charter School. All 3 have had the most outstanding teachers who have challenged them and encouraged them to thrive. A few teachers that I've heard my children talk about include Mr. Streckfuss, an honors math teacher whose motto is to take students from that's outstanding and make them extraordinary. Mrs. Olson, the band and orchestra teacher who has amazingly transformed their squeaky blows into beautiful music. Mrs. Jordan, a science teacher who also is strongly ethical and a great role model for young girls. Mr. Hammond, the Spanish teacher who makes learning Spanish interactive, fun, and easy. Easy, that's good. And Mrs. Rodriguez, an honors history teacher that challenges them every day. And many, many more. My children received a strong academic foundation during Anaheim Hills Elementary and El Rancho Charter School, which has helped my oldest two to succeed in high school and for my son to succeed in college. I am unable to attend the tonight's board meeting personally because I'm on vacation overseas. Please accept these few words through this email. Sincerely, Doris Liu. So that was that. And then I also, just in the time remaining, I am also a parent in OUSD. All three of my children went through El Rancho Charter School and had a wonderful opportunity. So I'd like to thank the teachers and the staff and everybody there. I've had nothing but positive experience at the school. When my kids were attending, my kids still use the school as part of the athletic programs that are function through the gymnasium. And so I'm there more often than I probably should be, driving and dropping kids off and seeing everything that goes on there. And the school is just a wonderful place. Like I said, I've had nothing but positive experience with the staff and the teachers and the administration. So I would, of course, support the extension and of their charter. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Jessica Allen.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Allen. I'm a school psychologist at El Rancho Charter School. About 7 years ago, I called El Rancho an hour before my interview to cancel it. I was offered an opportunity at another district, and I was happy to take it. El Rancho said, no, you need to come see our school. You will be impressed. There will be no questions after you come. It's a really special program. Well, I had a 9-month-old at the time, and I rushed over to my in-laws, dropped him off. I was like, I can't turn that down. They basically told me no. So I need to hold my appointment. I got there, and I'm sure glad I did. I do really feel like El Rancho has been a special home for students as they go through that hugely transitional period, going from basically childhood to their teenage years. As I said, I'm a school psychologist, and I am actually one of 2 school psychologists on campus, and that's just one of the special ways that El Rancho has tried to meet the needs of their students by funding 2 full-time school psychologists. So I'm not just a tester, I'm not just a report writer. I get to help with all students, and I'm so thankful that I get to be involved in a more meaningful way than just helping our special ed students, which is a huge priority of ours as well. I do feel like we have a robust special ed department, in part because there's 2 of us, but it's also just this mindset of prioritizing all students and their mental health. I do feel that anytime I have a conflict and I go to our leadership and I say, what do I do here? And they say, prioritize the students' needs, which is such a great a relief to me as a professional, allows me to do my job in the spirit of my beliefs and where my heart lies. So I'm happy to be a part of a team that really, at the end of the day, wants to support students, and it allows me to do my job in a meaningful way. So it has been a wonderful experience to be a part of this team. I'm for the renewal. I do want to say, there hasn't been much teacher turnover since I've started working there, and it allows me to build these relationships that are really powerful with teachers. They call me and say, hey, this student looks like they're upset. Can you meet with them? And I'm able to meet with them that day. I get a call from a parent also. Hey, my daughter had a really rough day. She had a hard time getting out of the car. Can you meet with her? I'm able to meet with that kiddo. What a unique opportunity to have a school psychologist on call when your kiddo's having a rough day. And if I wasn't available, there'd be other staff available too. So it really is one of the more meaningful ways that I'm a part of the team, and that El Rancho supports mental health needs of our students and is able to provide a rich environment for them. Thank you for your time, and we hope to hear about our renewal. Thanks.
Are there any other speakers? You don't have to have a blue card, so it is a public hearing if anybody else would like to speak.
So I was not planning on speaking, but I did want to, my name's Jessica Nybarger, and I am a history teacher at El Rancho. I just got Teacher of the Year at El Rancho. Thank you. I am department chair, and I just wanted to make sure that you got to hear from a teacher. I have loved being at El Rancho. I feel very supported as a teacher. One of my favorite things about Michelle and the admin is when I have an idea, they're like, let's try it. I have brought tutorial talks to this school where we have guest speakers from the community come in and talk to the students. We just got our textbook adoption, and my whole department, they allowed all of us to come together and to pilot and have given us an opportunity to work in the summer to make sure that we are ready to go for the school year. Being a part of the department chair meetings, we are constantly asked our input. This year we rolled out new socioeconomic stuff to make sure we are meeting the needs of the students, because it is hard to be a 7th grader. And I would say this year, over every year, I feel like our students are just being more connected to each other and being more connected to the students. And this was like whole professional development that was brought in by our admin team. I know not every school is perfect. I know not every teacher is perfect, but I feel like at El Rancho, we are given the opportunity to go out there and to try to be our best. And I think you can see that, you know, with the test scores. And I promise I did not even plan to be up here, but I just really want you to know how much I love this school and how much I love this staff and how much I really do think the students enjoy being a part of our school. And I really, you know, do ask for you to consider this 7-year renewal, because we have worked so hard to try and, you know, just meet the students' needs. And I feel that I have been supported by admin all the way. So just thank you for your time. And, you know, I really hope you can see just how much I love the school. And even with Jessica Allen too, I am the teacher who will email her and be like, hey, you know, this year I have a student who was in tears and I could just spot her across the room because she was going through a tough time with her parents. Her mom was on a vacation, she was with her dad. I email and she's being seen in the office. Or it's just the students who, you know, are just struggling with different, you know, learning disabilities and stuff. I can email the special ed team and they'll work with me. So it's just a really collaborative school. So thank you.
Is there anyone else? Going once, going twice? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further speakers on this matter, public comment for this action item is now closed. Are there any clarifying questions from the board? Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. For those who don't know, my kids went to El Rancho too, and I was the PTA president when I was there. And so I worked with Michelle and I worked with the previous principal, John Vesta. I wanted to just comment on the atrium and the epoxy, and that was sorely needed because I know there were several times when I felt like I could have slipped on it. It's really slippery. It's like orange pavers. Yeah, so I'm glad to hear that. But another thing that is new is the Coyote Den. Can you tell me more about the Coyote Den and what it does and how it supports kids?
So during COVID, we saw students who were really introverted. They didn't know how to interact with other students. We had students at school part of the time, other students who chose to stay home the entire time. So our goal was to create a safe space for any of our students to go to, whether they're having a hard day, if they need to talk to one of our school psychologists. It is manned by one of the two at lunch. Students are able to work in small groups together. They find friends together. And so it's really a space for any students who, whether they need to take a break, whether they want to join other classmates, maybe they're overwhelmed with 1,100 students on campus and just kind of need to connect in a smaller, quieter space. So it's really meant to provide that ongoing support, whether they need it 1 day a week or 5 days a week. Any student can go and feel welcomed and included.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the information. I'm actually pretty excited to hear about that. So I think that's all the questions I have for now, but I hope we have the opportunity to ask questions between now and after we get the reports.
Trustee Erickson.
I just wanted to make a comment and thank everybody for coming in to speak. You're very heartfelt. Obviously, you love your school, and we appreciate you coming in. And we will be getting reports because the laws have changed and we haven't had a renewal in a while. So we're going to wait to hear from them on that. But we do appreciate you coming in. So thank you.
All right. Thank you both for those comments and questions. So the process that happens now is we will have an additional board meeting to discuss and approve the charter. But for now, I will close the public hearing on the El Rancho Charter School renewal and reopen the regular board meeting at 8:14 p.m. Action on the El Rancho Charter for renewal of its charter will be included at a future Orange Unified School Board meeting agenda. Thank you. It was a tongue twister. Thank you all for coming tonight, and we look forward to reading future reports. B, public hearing, initial proposal from Orange Unified School District to Orange Unified Education Association for 2024-2025 contract negotiations. And I will refer to Mr. Gonzalez,
who will refer to Ms. Knibb to introduce this item.
Thank you. This is the first of two items on the board agenda tonight regarding initial contract proposals for negotiations for the 2024-2025 school year with the Orange Unified Education Association. And we have Lexi Davidson from ALRR to present on this item for us.
Good evening, Board President Page, members of the board, Superintendent Gonzalez, Cabinet, and the community. As Ms. Knibb mentioned, this is the first of two items on the board agenda tonight regarding initial proposals for negotiations for the 2024-2025 school year with the Orange Unified Education Association. This item is the district's initial contract proposal to OUEA. The second item is OUEA's initial contract proposal to the district. Each of the initial proposals on the agenda tonight require a public hearing, so we will have two public hearings back to back. It is recommended that the Board of Education hold a public hearing to receive input on the district's initial proposal to OUEA for the 2024-2025 contract negotiations, and to authorize staff to refer to the district's initial proposal to OUEA representatives to begin the negotiations process.
Thank you. The Board of Education will now hold a public hearing to receive input on the district's initial proposal to the Orange Unified Education Association, OUEA, for contract negotiations. I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing at 8:17 p.m. Are there any speakers wishing to address the board? Okay, hearing none, I will now close the public hearing and reopen the regular board meeting at 8:18 p.m. No action will be taken as this is a public hearing to receive public comment. Okay, now moving on to 7C, public hearing, Orange Unified Education Association proposal to Orange Unified School District for 2024-2025 contract negotiations. And I will now ask Mr. Gonzalez, who will then transfer to Ms. Snibb.
I think we're going to go straight to Ms. Davidson.
Yes.
How does that sound?
Okay. Sounds good. Hello again. This is the second item for the public hearing, which is to present OUEA's initial proposal to the district as part of a board agenda for public hearing. It is therefore recommended that the Board of Education hold a public hearing to receive input on OUEA's initial proposal to the district for the 2024-2025 contract negotiations.
Thank you. The Board of Education will hold a public hearing to receive input on the Orange Unified Education Association's initial proposal to the district for contract negotiations. I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing at 8:19 p.m. Are there any speakers wishing to address the board? Okay. Hearing none, I will now close the public hearing and reopen the regular board meeting at 8:20 p.m. No action will be taken at this time as this was a public hearing to receive public comment. Thank you. 7D, Board Governance and Leadership Team Agreements and Protocols. Okay, so this item has been an ongoing discussion with Mr. Gonzalez and with our board members. It was initiated because we have 2 new board members, and as we really haven't had new board members in a while. I think I was the newest board member with Ms. Rumsey when we came in, and so to then bring on new board members, this is the governance team handbook that we have, and so there's not a lot of information that we have to be able to pass over. I know that when Miss Kathy Moffitt was on the board, she did create a notebook with a lot of information on how to govern, which was very helpful, and that's something that we've also considered. But in the recent months, we did have formal governance training to onboard Trustee Pelley and Trustee Glass. A part of that discussion has been essentially questioning our protocols, questioning meaning what are our protocols, and I know that depending on, we've heard different variances, I think, in the past couple of years. So this is an opportunity for us to discuss. Basically also asking if we were to have a governance training and a handbook, what would go in the handbook? And so is there anything, specific topics that you would like to discuss at a future meeting? And also the intent of why this is an action item is because I would like to ask the board to create an ad hoc committee, and I would request for my wish list a veteran board member and a new board member to join a committee with consultants to help create a draft handbook to then present to the board at a future time. Did I miss anything, Superintendent Gonzalez?
No, in fact, I think you did a great job of summarizing, where we've been, and I thought the training that we had for Trustee Pelley and Trustee Glass was a really great one, and it was a chance to really kind of understand about board governance, and it really kind of sparked the conversation of, we would like more governance training and opportunities for the board to discuss with each other about these very important matters. But it seems like we always have, a full agenda and lots of things to do. And it's always, one of those elusive kind of aspirational things that you never get to. And there's always that next board election around the corner. And so you always kind of put it off till after that, and then you never quite get to it. So we thought, let's do something now, and let's not delay. And if there's an opportunity to update and continue governance training after the next board election, then we'll do that too.
Thank you.
Can I just make a quick comment?
Go ahead, Trustee Yamasaki.
Certainly, many of us have taken classes in governance through CSBA, and I believe even some of us have finished the Masters in Governance, and I think it's really helpful. But what I think is more helpful is that we do this in public, so all seven of us are on the same page. So we have a good understanding, and we know that we're all paying attention in class, to be honest, right? So I think being that if we formalize the process and that we have a discussion here and we have someone we can ask direct questions, because in sometimes these classes you can't really ask a whole lot of questions that may be more particular to our situation. So I highly recommend that we do this, and it's important for, I think, for the public to see.
Go ahead, Trustee Erickson.
I would just add, I think good governance, when you talk about former Trustee Moffitt, that was always her big priority. And she really did try to keep our board on that. And when she was president, she brought that forward. But it really hasn't been a priority of most of the boards that we've had in probably the past decade. And I do think it's foundational to us doing a good job, is that we do have these discussions. And what does good governance mean? How do we trust one another? I mean, when we can talk about what our priorities are and we can tell the public what our priorities are and how we can do that in a relatively civil manner, I think that that's really important. And especially in light of the last year, it was not a civil environment. And probably all of us at one time or another was guilty of something. Not the two new ones, because you weren't here, you were on your couch watching the meetings, I know. But I do think it's just critically important, and I'm very grateful to both Superintendent and President Page for really making this a priority, and for onboarding our new trustees on governance. I think it's really, really important. And these protocols have been referred to. I've referred to them several times in the last few years, and they really weren't on the front of anyone's mind, like the no surprises rule, things like that, that I think are really crucial. And so I would be happy to serve on the ad hoc committee if you would like me to, but I do think it's a good idea to have a veteran and a newbie to do that.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Trustee Glass.
If I may, thank you, Madam President. I too would like to serve on that ad hoc committee. I think it's important to prioritize this, and I do believe in the consensus element that we should have on this board to dissent, but respectfully, but also to be able to come together and understand the needs of our students, as well as the needs of our faculty and staff. So I do, if it's appropriate, like to volunteer for the ad hoc committee.
Thank you for volunteering. I do have some ideas of topics that we would discuss, and I would love to hear the entire board's input, whether you agree that this is something that we should explore or if it's something that maybe we shouldn't explore. But it's split up between two different categories, the main one being process to attend our role as a board member and our responsibilities. So ongoing discussion and setting vision in the direction and goals for our organization. So how do we do that? Evaluating the superintendent, and this is something that we've been discussing recently about tools, the process, and a timeline. Accountability, So setting a governance calendar that outlines when the board will receive reports for general meetings and also on progress towards our own goals. Fiduciary, integrate all budget reports into the governance calendar process for setting direction for negotiations and role of the board in negotiations and how staff will keep the board informed of the progress. And then another topic being community engagement and community voice, setting committees and the role of the board in participating in outreach. So for example, attending and speaking at local organizations. In addition to that, I would also like to propose that we address our meetings, not just closed session, and reiterating that items during closed session are confidential, but the consent agenda, the purpose behind what's on consent and the protocol on pulling an item, the process to request an item to be placed on the agenda, the process for asking questions about the agenda items in advance of the meeting. So it goes back to what Trustee Erickson said about no surprises. And something that I've been thinking a lot about is the structure of our meeting. So we've had very long meetings, and I think Orange Unified is known to have very long meetings going into the morning hours. And what can we do where we have an equal balance of getting business done, but also being able to celebrate our students and our staff? So if the board is in agreement, I think the ad hoc committee can explore a lot of these different topics. I see head nods.
And if I can just add, one of the discussion items about creating the ad hoc committee itself was just that we can explore some of these things more in depth, but I don't think the intent is for the ad hoc committee to come back to the board and just show a document and be done. I think the idea is to have discussion by the board on the draft handbook that comes back, and just allows the board to have a more meaningful discussion, so that way they're not staring at a blank paper when they're talking about items, but to look at some suggestions and then have some consensus and some agreement at that time.
Right, so our consultant will work with the ad hoc committee to put a lot of these suggestions together, and then we would schedule a study session meeting where we would have a longer period of time to be able to discuss a lot of these topics. So I've heard from Trustee Erickson and Trustee Glass who have volunteered, and I also don't mind participating in the ad hoc committee. So is there a motion to approve Trustees Erickson, Glass, and myself to be a part of them? Trustee Pelly moves. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Yamasaki. Is there any discussion?
I'll be an alternate.
An alternate.
If someone doesn't make it.
Great. Thank you. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 502. Thank you. Now, item 8A, information discussion item on the Villa Park High School Aquatic Center update.
We have one public comment.
Oh, okay. Please call them up.
Jolynn?
Hello, board. I knew I wasn't going to be able to address this to the two of our board members who were democratically recalled, but I was hoping to be able to look at some of the other board members that shoved this pool through in a very rushed manner, and made very direct promises on costs that at the time felt like they would be impossible to keep, and shockingly they kind of are. I want to make sure that as a board, you guys are stepping back and not feeling like you're still on that rushed path headlong down the hill. We need to make sure we're doing what's best for the school. If that is still putting in this pool at Villa Park, we want to make sure we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. The options of no bleachers, the options of no scoreboard, those aren't real options. Those are cute little ways to make it look like we're cutting money, because even if we didn't do those, we'd have to turn around and do them afterwards at a higher cost. So that's just not even realistic. But we might want to step back and look about maybe doing an aquatic center somewhere in Orange Unified School District that could benefit more than just one high school. And I'm saying this as someone whose kids are probably going to go to Villa Park High School, so I would love to have an aquatic center. That would be amazing, but the kids who are at the other high schools also deserve an aquatic center, and we don't, unless the school district's playing the lottery and I don't know about it, we don't have the money to do something like this at all the schools. So maybe stepping back and looking at what's going to benefit this school rather than rushing headlong because we've already spent, a little bit of money. We want to just keep going. I want to make sure we take a step back and use the rest of our funds as wisely as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, Ms. Holguin and her team will be presenting on this item.
Thank you, Superintendent Gonzalez, and good evening, Madam President, distinguished trustee members, and Superintendent Gonzalez, cabinet members, and community partners with us here tonight and those joining us virtually. Tonight, we have an informational presentation to update the board regarding the progress and the discoveries that have been identified during the pre-construction phase of the project. Before handing it over to our presenters to cover agenda topics, we wanted to start with some milestones to help us get us all up to speed as we have new board members and staff that were not part of the team at the start of this project. Villa Park's pool has exhausted its lifespan. The decision to move forward with the new pool at Villa Park was reached after various presentations were provided by previous staff over the last year or so. In October of 2023, the board approved PBK to provide architectural services for the design of the pool. In December, the board approved the use of the lease-leaseback process to finance the pool construction. At the February 8th, 2024 board meeting, the board approved Neff Construction Company to work with PBK to design the plans as part of the pre-construction phase. The board also approved the purchase of a Murtha pool, which was a separate agreement. Since then, PBK, Neff, and staff have been working on the design, and tonight we want to inform the board what has been discovered as part of the due diligence phase and provide cost-saving options. I will now turn it over to Ms. Vasquez, Executive Director of Facilities Development and Planning, who will introduce our presenters tonight.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Holguin. Good evening, Board President Page, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Gonzalez, executive staff, cabinet, and community members. I am pleased to introduce the team presenting this evening. Joining us are Bruce O, Jose Vallarta, Ariel Mascarenas from BBK Architects. Additionally, in the audience, we have Nick Moreau and Tom Wortenen, and from Neff Construction, who will be available to answer any questions you may have. We also have Dave Doomey Sr. and Dave Doomey with Murtha Pool. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to PBK Architects to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Isela. Evening, member of the board. My name is Brusso. I'm the principal in charge for this project. As previously discussed back in December when we were notified to proceed, since then we've met with the staff, and the imagery and diagram that you see on the screen is a result of multiple meetings in terms of adjacency. And since then, we've discovered a couple items based on investigations. Number one, we found that there is a gas main underneath the proposed building. Two, there's also an underground conduit for solar that's underneath the proposed pool locations. And third, there's a high water table where the location of the project is. And last, there's also a power connecting the new building up front. And these various things that we discover has produced a couple unforeseen costs that Ariel will walk you through.
Hi.
So my name is Ariel. I'm a project manager at PPK, and I'm kind of the boots on the ground presence when working on these projects. So in the next slide, we're covering the updated estimated project costs. Ooh. There you go. And as mentioned originally, we had presented an estimated project cost back in December at $15.8 million. This is inclusive of both estimated hard and soft costs. These costs, like we mentioned before, presented in December, happened before our due diligence site investigations. So there were a couple things that Bruce had briefly mentioned that we had discovered in this process, and in the way of resolving these issues, we've noted them as itemized line items. The underground utilities that we had that were unforeseen underneath the proposed building and pool site can be found in items 3 through 7 on the left-hand side. Additional hard costs that we'd identified include the demolition of the existing pool, which includes the asphalt infill that was not included in the previous estimated project cost because we had earlier identified it as an item of scope that can be that could be done in a later phase of design or in a separate project altogether. Also, additional items that we had brought up that affect the estimated hard costs include constructability items that we had discovered when working with NEF Construction after they had joined on. And in our constant collaboration with the district, we've also identified the items on the right-hand side as estimated project soft cost changes. In doing so, we've also outlined an additional cost for escalation at 5%, and all of these costs total to an updated kind of costs as almost $4 million with our updated estimated project cost at a total of $19.8 million. Along with these items of additional required scope, we've also identified items that are impacting our schedule directly. As seen on this diagram, in the light gray with the yellow outline, that is the outline of the proposed new site of the pool and pool building. And as you can see, there is this the dashed red line running from the north end where the building 500 building is. That was identified earlier as one of the underground utilities that we had discovered during our site investigations. This power conduit that runs underneath our proposed site it serves both 500 building and the gym building, and this conduit cannot be relocated and dealt with until the removal of the relocatable buildings. As shown and hatched in yellow, as well as in gray, we show the relocatable buildings on site, some of them within the boundaries of our pool and building site. These buildings must be removed before construction might start on the area of the new pool complex.
Can I ask you a quick question on that? Is there an additional cost to removal of those buildings?
The removal of the buildings is actually not part of this project. It's identified as, I believe, part of Measure S, because some of these portables are supporting the construction of the building 500.
Okay, but there is cost associated with removing those.
I believe so. I would have to defer to.
That is correct. That is a separate project that we will move forward once the new building is complete.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So the removal of these relocatable classrooms cannot occur until occupancy of the 500 building is complete, and the construction is complete for that building. And as you can see, those classrooms currently occupy where the new location is. Completion of the 500 building is slated for November of this year, which is impacting our schedule. Another item that we wanted to point out was just areas of campus disruption that we've identified as the noise level of demolition. Since we've identified the demolition of the existing pool, as well as the ball walls that are located within our site boundaries, those have to occur first in the demolition phase, and it's quite a noisy activity, an activity best slated for summer. And another thing to point out that we wanted to clarify was that student access towards the pool and the fields during construction would be limited during the school year as construction takes place. All of these items impacted show our updated construction timeline. In the gray, you can see our original timeline that we had presented back in December, and in the red, we are showing the updated one. We've identified the new classroom building of being completed in November 2024, as well as when we anticipate DSA approval slated for March 2025, and brings us into summer construction after the board approves the GMP in May 2025. With the completion of the pool and pool building slated for August 2026. In working with our lease-back contractor, NEF, as well as the district and conversations with the site staff, we've identified areas of cost savings, and we've shown two potential options as opportunities for these cost savings. We've identified option A as to relocate the pool and option B to relocate and rotate the pool. Both options choose different locations of the pool that have less impacts to them. In this first option for relocating the pool, we're showing the pool now in the same location as the existing pool, and this helps with cost savings because it requires less demolition. It helps with savings in pool excavation because we're utilizing the depth that's existing there. It helps us bypass a couple of those utility lines, such as the SoCal gas main, as well as the Building 500 power conduit. And it ultimately still is impacted by the classrooms to the south side. But as you can see, this option results in a cost savings of nearly $500,000, and it brings the updated estimated project costs, which includes estimated hard and soft costs, to $19.2 million. In this next option B, we're showing the pool and the site rotated and relocated. Again, it's capturing the same cost savings items in reduction of asphalt demolition and savings in pool excavation, as well as capturing those additional underground utility lines. Just by rotating the pool, we're able to bypass the solar panel conduit that's running just directly south of this site, north of those relocatable classrooms. We also reducing the amount of retaining walls necessary to kind of meet the flood zone requirements, as well as there's no immediate need to remove the relocatable classrooms. As you can see, those remain intact on this image provided here. This estimated cost savings for this item is roughly $1 million and brings the estimated project cost to $18.7 million.
And can I clarify? Yeah, I just want to clarify. Is that moving it from a north-south facing pool to an east-west facing pool?
Yes, this moves it from a north-south facing pool to an east-west facing pool. And I did want to kind of be transparent and say in our discussions with the site staff, with the coaches and with the principal, this is the least favorable option for the school, as the site prefers to keep the pool as originally designed.
Well, also because the sun is in the afternoon. I know we have that problem at El Medina, so.
Right, this would affect water polo.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I was going to ask, so
thanks. Additional cost-saving measures that we've identified include this list of options. One of them was to provide a relocatable classroom in lieu of having the team room as part of this new pool building complex. By removing the team room and providing a relocatable classroom, this has cost savings in terms of building square footage, and providing a relocatable classroom is a lot cheaper than full construction. The next option is to remove the shade shelters. We've identified these options based off of items that we can see we can see postponed to maybe a later date, or things that can be brought in after. So removal of the shade shelters would save about $400,000 rather. The removal of sports lighting was another one that we identified. In lieu of the must-go sports lighting, kind of a stadium style lighting, we've pitched the idea of replacing it with lighting that's directly mounted, surface mounted to the building, providing enough lighting to the pool facility. And then the fourth option is the removal of the scoreboard. If paired with another option to rotate and relocate the building as well as the pool, salvaging and actually just using the existing scoreboard in its location is a pretty viable option. We've also identified the cost savings from reducing the pool deck. Even reducing it by 20% will save us around $400,000. Reducing the pool size to a 38-meter pool will also result in cost savings. And this reduction in pool size, we've talked with our aquatics designers, and it's still, the 38-meter pool design will still accommodate kind of the site's need for the water polo and for 10 swim lanes during their swim meets. So this was kind of an option that we were working through, as well as the removal of storage. Currently, we're showing 2 areas of storage, both at 300 square feet. If we remove one of those areas of storage, the site would still have more than double of the storage that they currently have on site. And the last kind of additional cost-saving measure we've identified is the removal of the bleachers, which the site has kind of mentioned the idea of salvaging their own bleachers. And this brings us, I believe, to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Are there comments and questions? I'm sure there's many from fellow board members. Who would like to begin? Trustee Glass?
Do you want to start?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a quick question about the 2 options, the A and the B, as it pertains to the photovoltaic conduit. It doesn't mention that in option A. So I'm wondering if the gas line remaining in place includes the photovoltaic, and it was just not on there?
Right, so just to clarify the location of the photovoltaic line, actually, I wonder, is there a laser on this? Well, the location of the photovoltaic line is actually running south, directly north of the relocatable buildings by the south. So the photovoltaic line and the south line, the gas main actually run perpendicular to each other. One of them runs directly east of the relocatable buildings to the northeast side, and then the other runs south. So by rotating the pool, we're able to avoid all 3 underground utilities, 4 I believe that we've identified, but the photovoltaic line is still running underneath the pool as shown in option A.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Yamasaki?
Thank you. Disappointment is really an understatement, because back here in December, I remember we were asking and drilling and saying, what happens about the costs? And I feel like the board approved this for under $16 million, and now we're facing a bait and switch kind of situation. I mean, clearly, these lines did not just appear. It's not like we found dinosaur bones or some ancient artifacts. So for this to be this off in the estimation is really a disappointment, because we're already moving down a road and you're going to ask us to make a decision while we're in that road. And I warned our board back then, and I'm really upset, because we're like, oh, we're going to keep it under 16 million. We're going to keep it under 16 million. And it's $4 million more. It's really disappointing. And I'm really mad, because now we kind of have sort of a commitment, but what do we do? Where do we go from here? I don't know. There's so many questions that I have, and but I don't even know if it's worth asking at this point. why weren't these underground utilities taken into consideration? We had plans, and so it's not like it's a surprise.
So
I wanted to emphasize that all I wanted was accurate estimates back then and transparency. That's all I wanted. So we can vote on that. And we didn't.
I just want to clarify that some of the site investigations, like I had mentioned earlier, had occurred after the board meeting that took place in December. So one of those things included the underground utility mapping, geotechnical surveys, underground topographical surveys, and the underground utility mapping services is what led us to find the 4 underground utilities that were
$4
unforeseen.
million is a big difference. Huge difference. You know, if you came back to us and you said it was going to be $500,000, maybe I get it, but $4 million is a big difference. We had an estimate from another architect prior to you guys, and it was like closer to mid-20s, and they were let go because they couldn't get it down. And so they were estimating it in a more accurate way, I guess. And so for me to see this, it's like, it's just really disappointing. Now you're going to put us in a position where we're going to have to reject it, accept it, and those are our options, right? I have it in my notes. If the board budgets a certain amount and the proposals are higher, A, board can accept it, B, we can reject it, or go back and rebid. So. And what I also want to know is the costs that you have right here for $19 million, does that include the Mertha pool?
Yes.
Okay,
So
I just want to make sure.
The costs that we had presented back in December included the Mertha pool. Yeah.
I just want to make sure this cost still includes it. Some of the questions I have are the options. You gave us an option for a 38 meter. How much less is it for a 33 meter? And what happens to our Mertha pool that we already bought that's at 50 meter if we reduce it down to 38 or 33?
I had the conversation with representatives from Mertha Pool, and they've indicated that we would reduce the current purchase order, which is at 1.1, to roughly between 700,000 to 750,000 thereabouts. So we would not lose our deposit or the funds. We would just reduce the purchase order.
Okay. I have more questions, but I won't hog them all. You guys can go ahead and ask first, and I can come back.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Pelly.
So I'm really more curious to hear what you all have to say. My fellow trustees were the ones who were here and involved in this. I watched from my couch at home along with Trustee Glass. And I had a lot of the same questions. I just want to make some general statements. Yes, it is disappointing, obviously, that it's such a huge cost. And then I still wonder, that's what we know now. Is there going to be more? Of course, there's going to be more. Timelines, we know with construction, they always get longer. So now we're 14 months further down the road. It'll probably be more, a lot of more disruption to Villa Park High School, which we've had with the field, ongoing, that kind of thing. This is just kind of what comes to mind. And also just the idea that, we can make all these cuts. And, I know one of the speakers had said earlier that eventually you're going to want a nicer scoreboard or bleachers, those kind of things. We can make those cuts. But if we're spending a big chunk of money, this needs to be a really nice pool with everything we need. We shouldn't cut bleachers. We shouldn't cut the pool deck space. We want to make room for parents to be there and to have a good scoreboard and lighting and all the things that we know we're going to need. So if we're going to do it, we need to do it right. But with this cost, I don't know that that is doing it right, because I don't know that we're doing due diligence and being fiscally responsible. But again, I'm really curious to hear what the fellow trustees here who were more involved. I wanted to get my 2 cents in.
What's really disappointing is that we asked these very specific questions about the portables and moving them and aligning it with the 500 building, and there were promises made. In addition to that, I remember asking about the handball courts, and the answer was that there's security issues, so we may as well take them down. Well, afterwards, we find out that Villa Park has a handball team. So where are they going to practice a handball team? Thank you. And so where are they going to play? And it's a group that typically doesn't do other types of sports. This is what creates their own culture on that campus. And so we're completely displacing them by removing that wall. And so as you were going through this presentation, I kept taking notes of, we had these discussions in December and specifically asked like what would happen. And it's just really disappointing. And the only question that comes to mind is, were you asked to present this at that specific number so that it would be approved? But if Trustee Erickson has more to say.
Whether they were pressured to present it as under 16 million so that it would get approved?
Let me answer that question. So for the $4 million incurred costs, about $1 million of that is an escalation due to extended construction that was unforeseen back then, that we have no idea that 500 would be completed in November. Another item in there, the high water table and the geotechnical survey, we will have to actually pick a point where we want a building in order for them to actually drill a boring in that location. So we can't just drill all over the campus because this spot and that spot will be totally different.
Well, that's a question I have. When you relocate, you're going to have to do that again, and you may get a different answer, correct? It could be worse, it could be better, it could be, who knows what it's going to be. But you can't predict that when you relocate.
Well, and back in December, I remember we talked about
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, but when I think within the proximity of the building, right now within the proximity, I think that it is still good enough reference for us to move forward based on either option. But yes, if you want to be precise, you probably will have to drill another one just to be
Well, we want to be precise.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
I remember we did bring it up that the water table was always an issue
always
there.
a problem at
soils
Villa
was
Park.
always an issue. I asked us to do that ahead of time before we went down this road, and we didn't do it. We still haven't done our due diligence as far as CEQA is concerned. We never notified the community about it. We don't know how they're going to react. What if we go down this road and then we find out that the community is going to be upset about having a 50-meter pool, tournaments all weekends, and we still haven't done it.
And this is the cost without DSA.
Yes.
Currently, right now, what the board has approved that's in place to move forward is based on the current plans, and nothing has gone to DSA yet. So we're in that pre-construction phase, which is part of why we're here in terms of the due diligence to provide the information. If the board would like for PBK to explore other options and really look into all of those due diligence items that you were stating, then we would bring this item back as an agenda item to be able to then take action, because right now the current action or the current approval is based on the current, and obviously we've identified that there are some other options available based on what has been identified. And so today is to provide that information, but we would be more than happy to, and I'd be more than happy to work with the staff and make sure that they do all of that due diligence to bring back all of that information, where then you are looking at those options based on all of that information. And we would agendize that for a future agenda, for a future board meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Holguin. Trustee Erickson, I think you
Yeah,
still had
so
additional comments and
That's
questions.
okay. I mean, just to be clear, none of this is a surprise. None of it. We always knew that this was going to happen, that it was going to be a lot more expensive than $16 million. We knew it. And we knew it based on prior experience with Villa Park High School, and also prior experience with pet projects that some board members wanted to have done, and they wanted to push it through, and it always ends up being more. Always. We had the exact same issue with the El Medina High School pool. Same thing. This is not your problem, but just for purposes, I mean, none of you are here, not blaming you, but this is what happens. And we learned a lot from that process, because what happened was we were told a certain price. It ended up being double that price. And that was when cost-saving measures were taken without board approval. So I do appreciate that you're actually here telling us, talking to us, and being transparent with the public about it, because that's really important. What we found at El Medina is they did decrease deck space. They did end up moving it, and it was a east-west configuration, which is a nightmare, because when you're playing water polo, the sun is in your eyes. The bleachers were not in the right place. There's all sorts of problems, because none of this stuff was brought to the board because we wanted to keep the price down, but we didn't actually approve it. But it still was double the price, because that was a project people wanted to get through. So I appreciate that it's here, and I appreciate that we have options to cut the cost. Under no circumstances, though, do I think that we should cut deck space for a pool. I don't think that we should cut a scoreboard or cut bleachers, because all of that is fake savings, because we're going to do it eventually. You're not going to have a pool that doesn't have bleachers and shade and a scoreboard. That's just... So while I appreciate it in the short term being cost savings, it's not long-term savings. So to me, and I've asked this question before, I asked this question for El Medina, the only requirement for CIF men's water polo final is that the pool be 33 meters. That would be so that we could host a CIF final men's water polo tournament. Other than that, a 25-meter pool is fine. I personally don't think we should ever put in anything less than 33 meters, because I think we should accommodate and have things be what under current standards are appropriate. But my question is, if we change it to 33 meter, what is the cost savings for 33 meter? And how much less deck space do we need? How much less energy do we have to pay for in a 33 meter pool? Can we fit a 33 meter pool in the space that we have, so that we don't have to redo the geological studies and all of those sorts of things? Part of the whole idea was that it was going to be located in the place that it's currently located, because we were going to be building it at the same time that Villa Park could be using their old pool and use, then the new pool would be done, and then we could get rid of the old pool. Well, that is gone. That's off the table, because we obviously can't do that. So there were a lot of things that were sort of justifying the way that this was shoved through that don't apply today. So I think that we really do need to go back to the drawing board and see what we can do with a smaller pool. It needs to happen, and we need to have it be state-of-the-art, so it's going to have the best deck space, it's going to have the best scoreboards and the bleachers, and it's going to be a great place that should be configured in the right direction. We should make sure that, diving blocks are in the right spot. All of the mistakes that were made with El Medina, we need to learn from, and we need to make this the best it can be, but it has to be affordable, because this is not going to end up being $20 million. It's going to end up being $25 million, which is what the original estimation was in the first place.
I would like to even go a step further and explore all of our options, even if it means stopping this pool and renovating it at all three, the other schools as well, because we know that their pools are also not functioning, and then possibly, in the future, we could consider putting a 50-meter pool or something at a different site, so we can start fresh there. So all schools can enjoy it, and all kids can enjoy it from all of our schools.
Also, I'd like to know, how does it change what we need for changing rooms and restrooms and all of those associated costs? Because as the Aquatic Center gets bigger, so do the requirements from DSA, right, for all sorts of things like restrooms and things like that. So the larger we grow, the more is required. So I want to know, what is the cost if we shrink? What other things can be cut down, but while not cutting down on quality? Because I don't want to cut down on quality. I want to cut down on cost and keep the quality. So how do we do that? And that's what we need to find out.
So I'll work with staff and we'll bring back those options and bring it back as an agenda item to do our due diligence and bring you back responses to all those questions.
I just want to remind everyone that we are here to make sure that all of our resources are used wisely. We are here to protect our budget. We're here to save our taxpayers money. And so these are why we're asking these questions, because we asked them in December and now we have to ask them again. So this is why we're doing it. And I apologize because I know some of you weren't here back then, and certainly some of our board members weren't here, but now we have to just, I don't know, reset.
But I do think it's really important to remember that our facilities budget is limited. How much money we have is limited. So when we spend an extra $4 million on a pool that's going to be used by 300 students out of a 27,000 student district, that's $4 million that can't be spent on an elementary school campus. That's $4 million that can't be used on something. I mean, we all love pools. We all love the idea of having a fantastic pool, but we have to work within the budget and the money that we have. And we have so many more needs in this district than just a swimming pool. And we're literally spending every dime we have left right now that exists on this pool, and that makes no sense.
And again, I'm going to reiterate that they were matching funds from Fred Kelly Stadium, and we had said that they would be used at the middle and the elementary schools.
We will take all of that feedback and come back to you with the options. We wanted to make sure, though, to present this to you as part before we took any steps and moved further with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Holguin, I think it might be wise to just go over this one more time to make sure that when we bring this information back, it wasn't something that we heard from one board member and not all. So I want to make sure that you have your direction clear on what you're going to bring back. So I heard 33 meter, don't reduce deck size, don't reduce shade structure, scoreboard. Did I hear anything else?
The lighting, I think, was important.
I think everything in the plan we shouldn't reduce. Our plan should reflect what would benefit students for decades to come, not what can open a pool in a year or two.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that when they come back with the information, it's like, well, we did mention this one thing, and I didn't see you do that. So I want to be absolutely clear on the work that they're going to do to bring back. In this idea of the 33 meter, in terms of position, does everybody here know what the position of the pool is, whether or not it's there on where the existing pool is, or any other? Do we know where the place is, where it's being placed, based on the input from the board right now? Because that may make a difference in terms of what lines we're avoiding and what we're not.
Right, so just to clarify, are we revisiting the 33-meter pool in the original location?
That's what I want to.
I think that's the question is, if we have a 33 or even a 38-meter pool, if it's a smaller pool, what are the options for location?
Okay. So it sounds like there are various options of either keeping it in the location at a 33 or 38 meter, or moving it to one of these locations at a 38 or 33 meter.
Right, but the direction of the pool stays north-south, not east-west.
Thank you.
Sorry, can we also just have more information? Because we have more new board members who may not have received prior information about other options as well. Like doing the original renovation of all three pools, because
I did hear that, so that's why I was asking as well, because
we talk about equity in all of our schools too.
So that's what I want to make sure of, and then in terms of time and money to go back and check that, because we did do some study at that time, and we got some numbers. So do you want just those numbers brought back with,
but also
but with escalation, or do you want them to redo that evaluation? We can just bring back the same
most accurate and
information
transparent as possible.
Well, that would be to go back and reevaluate, which
Because
would be
what
more.
I want to say is just, I want to make sure we have everything on the table so that we can make a good
Yes,
decision.
and I want to make sure that this team brings back the information that you want. So there's options with that. We could bring back the same information that was presented before, because we think that the pools are in about the same shape, and then we can ask them to just add escalators in terms of cost from then until now.
Are you guys
or we
okay
can
with
go
that?
back and reevaluate the pools, which would be contracting the service to do all of that over again and bringing that.
Well, it was done about a year ago.
Right. So that's, I just want to make sure. We could probably do either one, but obviously one would be more timely and a little bit more efficient in time. Or you can look at what the team brings back on the 33 meter before making that decision.
No, I think we should do it simultaneously.
Okay.
Since we're also putting this off a little while, can we put the MRFA on hold right now until we make a decision on size? Because I don't want them to keep constructing it, and then it becomes too late for us to order a different size.
Bertha cannot construct until we receive DSA approval.
Oh, okay, never mind. Thank you.
So if we cancel the pool, we would just be losing our deposit at this point?
That is correct.
What was the deposit?
220,000.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And then the last thing, just in terms of if that pool gets moved over significantly, I think Trustee Erickson asked if there needs to be a new testing of the space, so if of the soil. So if we are looking at that other space, then we potentially could look at the soils as well. Okay.
Oh, and then CEQA. We talked about CEQA and notifying Villa Park's neighborhood. We didn't do our, we didn't go out to the public.
Ms.
to talk
Vasquez,
about
can you
it.
give us some more information on that? Because I did see CEQA on the presentation, and I saw a dollar amount there as well.
Yes, before you tonight is a recommendation to approve a CEQA consultant, PlaceWorks. They've done, they actually did the CEQA analysis for the new building. And so with the approval of their contract, we can move forward and do that notification and public comment and circulate that document.
Or should we wait and see what they come up with and then do what, are we spending money that?
I mean, it makes more sense to wait and get an idea. And
Because if we
CEQA
don't
the
go-
same thing as going out into the community and advising them and getting input. Is it the exact same thing, or is CEQA a different process?
So CEQA is that California Environmental Quality Act requirement for all lead agencies to evaluate all projects for any environmental impact. This construction of the pool would require that analysis. There's different types of level of environmental analysis based on the scope. So you have a notice of exemption, which basically qualifies, there's qualifications that allow you to file that still gets circulated for 30 days and gets published. And basically you're indicating to the community that there is no environmental impact for that specific project. There's another level called a mitigated negative DAC that also can identify some mitigation measures. They are typically minor as opposed to an environmental impact report, which is the highest level of impact to a community or environment, and those also indicate high level of mitigation measures through that report. So this would go through that analysis, and the CEQA consultant would determine what type of report would be generated based on this scope of work.
And Ms. Vasquez, based on what you hear in terms of the board's interest in exploring these different options, is it your recommendation then that we go through with that approval still on that contract for the CEQA, or is it better to hold off to understand the new scope or change in plans before going forward with that?
I think we do have the opportunity to put it on hold. However, if we do the project, we would still need a environmental analysis.
Right.
So
why don't we just hold off until we get the new plans back, and because I don't see a reason.
We do have the time to hold.
Okay.
Well, they wouldn't start it until they knew the scope of the project anyway, right?
Exactly.
So it doesn't really matter, even if we approve it tonight, nothing's going to happen.
I would not release them to do any work at this time.
Okay.
I do have some questions, but they're so detailed that I'll probably email them and just make sure that you include them in the report. Okay? Does that work?
And thank you, Superintendent Gonzalez, for helping clarify that. One more clarification I did hear of also coming back with just what it would cost to repair them based on the state of the pools, of how they are, of all of our pools. That was an additional request,
Yeah, we
correct?
had a report done about a year ago, and it did talk about that, so we can just bring that back and just,
I think what we may do as staff is maybe just review that first
Yeah.
to see if it is something that can be updated as is, or
Okay.
if we need to go back and do that again. So maybe we can have some of the staff that may have not been here during that time
quite a few, actually.
take a look at that and maybe make that recommendation.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to have that information, but I will say that I would tend not to want to just refurbish the 25-meter pools. I mean, I'll just put it out there. I think that those
Well, I
really
think
are
it's-
outdated.
Well, I think it's important to have all that information on the table.
I think it
No,
may be.
I agree with you.
I think it may be useful also to the board to understand that we're not redoing all the pools right now. So if you need to take a look again to see at what state
Because we
of,
also have to consider that
at
in
what
the
state of
future.
disrepair
Right.
repair the other schools' pools are, that might be useful to refresh that analysis.
Right.
Okay, so I think you have clear direction.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you. And again, sorry, none of you were here and you're getting the brunt of it. And I know it's not your fault, so thank you.
Thank you.
Up next on our agenda, we have consent items, and consent items are acted upon one motion. However, any such item can be considered separately at a board member's request and will be acted upon following the approval of the consent items. Are there any items that you need to pull? If not, is there a motion to approve all consent items?
Just 1 second. We were going to pull the CEQA item, right?
No, we don't need to.
We don't need to pull it. That's right, because it's not going to go forward. Okay, never mind.
I so move.
Thank you, Trustee Glass. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Erickson. Any discussion? No? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 502. We already did public comment. And now 18, other business. Are there any additional comments from board or staff? I think the only thing I wanted to add and ask Superintendent Gonzalez is to request additional information and potentially an investigation on the I-9 consulting firm group. And
I had made a note of that, so we're gonna check on that because we need to look at, their use of our facilities and any kind of related regulation laws around that. So we'll do that.
Thank you.
And we're returning to closed
We
session.
are. So we are not adjourning. We are returning back to closed session. Although the last item that we have in closed session does not require a vote. And there's nothing really additional to that to report out, but we do need to come back to close. So we will adjourn to closed session.
Can we get a 10-minute break?
Sure. At 9:20.
We've returned from closed session and we have nothing to report, and we will adjourn our meeting at 12 midnight.